How do? Welcome, welcome. Today is Tuesday, May 13th. And I've got some new stuff. I'm kind of excited about it. I got a tripod for my overhead camera thing. So now I can do this. Kazam. And it won't shake if I touch stuff. Because there's a separate tripod holding you. Very cool. I'm excited. So today is mostly going to be exploratory. I don't know super exactly how this is going to go. Because, so I ran this thing with the battery, or off of the battery for over the weekend. I got 3 days out of it, which is not great. It'd be cool if it used maybe 1/100th of the power. That would be nice. 1/100th of the power for 3 days would be about 300 days, about a year. So a year worth of battery is pretty good. I don't know how low we can go though. So there's a few things I want to try. Before that, I guess I'll post to Twitter or whatever. Going live tweet. I'll say that. That's my first to do. Hey Paisley Llama, how's it going? Welcome to my stream. Let's do this. I have a to-do list. So to do, going live. What do I normally say? I say something like live now. 2 to 4 or 2 to 6. I might have to do slightly early because I got something to do later. But 2 to 6 p.m. on Twitch TV. My name. The one of the only embedded system development streams on Twitch. Join me in discovering, exploring how to reduce power consumption on the Compost Monitor. Some hashtags. What can we do? Live coding or what? Programming. Let me just look at what I did before. Bluesky.app. Here's what I had last time. Live now. Only embedded system on Twitch. Blah, blah, blah. Embedded development. I'll snag these as well. Microcontrollers, C++. Programming. Let's post that. Going live. Whoop. New post. And on x.com, I guess. And on Mastodon. Post. Sweet. I don't know who Programming Channel is, but apparently they boosted me on Mastodon. That's cool. Okay. So, actual to do. So that's done. So, I had a few ideas for things I wanted to explore here. Let me see. I had them written down somewhere. Org roam find something. Node find. Okay. So first, I need a way to reliably measure low current. And then we also need, once that's done, then we can start doing some stuff. So spread out polling interval. Maybe once every 15 minutes. That way it won't turn on very often at all. I guess I should explain what we're working on before I start getting into what we're going to do. So, I'll blow it up. I'm over here now. So, this is my ESP32 microcontroller. And it's connected to a few things. It's got a little LED that I'm not using. This completely disconnected from power, so it should just sit there. This is a... that guy is a little regulator. So 9 volts come in. 9 volts come in, and then 3.3 volts come out, because that's what this guy needs to run. And this is all connected on a cool breadboard. What else? That's most of it. There's this circuit or voltage divider for a capacitive soil sensor. And the idea is... oh, and then there's this probe connected via I2C. So the idea is this thing with all these peripherals in some kind of compact package. Like maybe a box like this. Can just sit in my compost bin. You can't explain that. It can just sit in my compost bin for a year without me having to change the battery. And meanwhile, it's uploading a bunch of data about the compost to a server. All the source code is available on my SourceHut page. So that's what we're working on. Right now, the battery only lasts about 3 days, which is not ideal and becomes quite expensive. We don't want that. So, ideas for how to make it last longer is to spread out the intense interval of like collecting data and all of that. Right now it's at 30 seconds. So if we just split that over 30 minutes instead of twice a minute, or 15 minutes instead of twice a minute, then that should be less power. We don't have a way to measure that well, but we'll find out. I think I need to buy a component in order to actually measure it, but we'll get there. Other ideas. The default clock speed on this thing is pretty fast. Turn down the clock speed. So it's running at like 125 megahertz or something like that. We don't need it. We're not doing that much stuff. We can get rid of a lot of that. So let me bring up the datasheet. ESP32S3. No, hit me with the clock speed. 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi. Where does it clock? Up to 240 megahertz. Yeah, see? Don't need that. That's way too much. So we can reduce the clock speed, get more out of it. Why is this open? This can go away. CD into Compost Mod. So reduce the clock speed. I think it can go as low as the Crystal, which is running at like 64K or something like that. Let's see. Crystal. Xstall. 32K. So 32K. We'll try it at 32K Xstall speed. What else can we try? We can also try making sure peripherals are fully off when not actively in use. So right now, there's like an ADC thing that's running all the time. The I2C bus is like turned on, even though it's not doing anything. Can you disable Wi-Fi while not in use? Yes. And I'm already kind of doing that. Whoa. I've killed Emacs. Stream to do. In fact, I'm already doing something like that. Code projects, Compost Mon in the, not the server, the probe, Wi-Fi service. Yeah, so last stream I set up this stuff, which is the listen interval and the beacon interval, which when enabled should mean that it sits at a low power state as often as it can while nothing is going on. So it should already have a graph that looks like, let's see, ESP32S3 power optimization. There's a page on how to do this on their, in their docs. We can go as low as 80 megahertz, maybe. That's something else. Let's see. Where's the Wi-Fi? Oh, power management, Wi-Fi. No, I don't see it. Power. Where are you? Low power modes. Introduction, low power mode in Wi-Fi scenarios. Yes. They had an example. But basically, this is exactly what we're setting up. So this is when it's doing stuff, and then Wi-Fi's done. It should be back to being low. Where's the example? No. There's some example code that had, like, actual measurements in it as graphs. But it's gone. I don't know where it is. Anyway. The idea is exactly this. So, oh, where'd it go? No. Other one. It's this. So it'll do whatever it's got to do for Wi-Fi, and then in between, it'll wake back up and service the connection. But I think maybe because if we're shooting for every 15 minutes, it might be easiest and lowest power to just literally not be connected to Wi-Fi and reconnect every time, once every 15 minutes. But I don't know. I don't have a way to graph that. which would be ideal. So we can actually see the difference between like how much power does it take to connect versus reconnect. I don't know the answer to that. But yes. To do. Try reconnecting Wi-Fi. Reconnecting Wi-Fi. How do I phrase this? Try keeping a Wi-Fi connection only every 15 minutes or on demand. So that's one of them. What else? I had a notes thing. Let's see. Oop. Find. Already talked about turning off peripherals when they're not in use. The only other thing, and I don't have the components to do this, is to use external transistor switch or moisture sensor. So this thing is basically always on, even when I don't care about it. So it's just sucking power, even though I only measure it once every 15 minutes or whatever it's going to be. So I don't want that. I have to get rid of that. But I don't have any transistors. Or I might have some, actually. I may have purchased some to do a different project and then forgot about them. So that's the other thing we can try. So unfortunately, the best thing I have for measuring current is this multimeter, and they're not very good. But let's get it set up again. So I gotta put it back in series with the power supply. So I'm curious how much current the capacitive sensor draws. Maybe I'll do that first. So I'm going to rewire the power coming out of this guy so that it goes through my ammeter. Okay, so rail into wait, how did I have this wired? Oh, it was just sticking out. Okay. Okay, and then the black wire out of the multimeter into the red wire, feeding the soil sensor. There, and then I gotta power the whole thing. And actually, my power supply has been unplugged. Give me a sec. Got it. Okay. Now we can turn this back on. Assuming everything's plugged in correctly. Nothing's... Nothing's shorting out or came loose. On. It's pretty close to 0. It's reading 0. I don't know if I believe that. But that's pretty good if true. Let's see. Let me try the other side. It's pretty close to 0. I don't know if we can do better than that, so... I guess this thing just works. Actually, let me see. Let me see about making sure the Phoenix server is up. So serve. It's mix phoenix.server, and it should be every 30 seconds. I should see something come up here about how it's being logged. I can turn up this font as well. Font up, yes. "30 seconds go by. Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3. Maybe it's broken. Oh, no, there it is. Moisture is reading 0. Okay, so I think that means I've definitely broken it. So let's try... If we let it shunt all the rest of it. Oh. It's a text from my wife. Okay, we're good. Is it alive now? Moisture, yes. Okay, so... It doesn't like... I guess I have to check the fuses on this doohickey. Because it definitely doesn't like reading anything from this side. But it's still reading close to 0, so I don't know. But, okay, so that's fine. I think I will still want to make sure it, like, doesn't consume any power it doesn't need to. So I'll play around with the transistors But that's one thing. Where's my thing? Here. This we can't do right now. I need to buy a... These are called galvanometers? Galvanometers. Which are basically the little needles on the old-timey-wimey kind of measurement devices. You have to set that up manually. Or, yeah. So I have to figure that out. I can change this. But I won't know how well it works until I can do the measurement, really. But let's see what the system reads now with the multimeter and go from there. I have to remember to change the camera. Okay, now I should boot it up and see how much current is being drawn. It's reading all zeros, which is nice. What if I set it to the 200 microamp range? Does that work? Is there any activity over here? Waiting, waiting. Come on. It's alive enough to have the LED on. So... Oh, there it goes. So yeah, that's on. Yeah, and this is what I was talking about, where like, I can't even... How do you optimize 0? Which I think is more a problem with my instruments than it is with... Like, I'm not sure this is accurate at all. Because for it to last 3 days at... So which... 300 milliamp hours over 3 days. That's what? 72 hours? So 300 divided by 72. 4 milliamps per hour? If we divided by 60... Quickly get close to 0. So I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do right now. I guess I can do all the things. I got plenty of these batteries. Run another experiment, but that doesn't help me. So I need something called galvanometer. And I suppose I could do something really dumb and just use a resistor, measure the voltage across it. It's a very, very poor man's measurement device. I do have a power supply, so I don't need to worry about it killing my battery. Let's do it. I got all these resistors. What's the smallest I can use that isn't 0? 1 ohm plus or minus 1%. I mean, I don't understand. 0 ohms plus or minus 1% is funny. I want to measure one of these actually while I'm here. So, got these little metal film resistor things. Here's one. Supposedly 0 amps, or 0 ohms. We're gonna find out. I'll clip this in. There's one end. There's the other end. And I'm gonna set it to ohms. Where is it? Overload. Oh, right. You have to switch this back. 0.5 ohms. That's not bad. Might as well just use that. I don't think I can get smaller than that. Realistically. Although I guess it doesn't make... Mathematically, it really makes no sense to be 0 plus or minus 1%. What does that even mean? A 0 ohm resistor, it should do nothing. It should just be a wire, basically. But it is structured the same as a regular resistor. The purpose of them quite often is to just have a place where... can't actually see it. Let me move this all up to the edge. It's about to break. Usually the purpose of these, you put them on a circuit board to have a convenient place to like clip leads onto and do like a measurement. And sometimes they're placed in places where you're meant to be able to take them off as well. I don't have a good example of that. Actually, I think on the ESP32, let me show you on this other one, maybe? Okay, so here's one. I'll see, maybe you can see this. I'll try to, no, hello? Hello? So on the bottom side, whoop, focus. Focus. It's not working. I don't know if you could see that, but where it says in out, there's like a little bridge. Is what those are called? Again, wrong side. Jeez. Why is this so hard? Come on. Come on. There it is. So next to like the 11 and 17, the yellow and green wires, there's an in-out thing. Instead of doing that kind of thing where you can put a little glob of solder on there, what you can do instead is stick a 0 ohm resistor on there when you want it on, or take it off when you want it off. And that's easier to do when you send it to manufacturing, because they already have all the parts to like do it one way or the other. Like subbing in a resistor is much easier than changing like whether or not it's soldered or whatever. I'm not explaining that very good, but that's kind of what it is. Yeah, so you'll often see those on like circuit diagrams. Yeah, effectively it's like a placeholder. Except it does something. Instead of being a closed connection, you could just leave it out or put it in, depending on your manufacturer, I guess. Okay, but, so, circuits. Let me bring up the GIMP. You know, why is Steam running? We got to do a little circuit design now. That we're going to use this resistor to measure the current. This is actually the worst, probably the worst way of doing it. Not very smart, but it's what we got. So, whoops. Here. All right, GIMP. Don't suck. Okay. So, basically, our circuit looks like this, where we've got our whole system modeled as one big impedance, and this is a battery. Think of it like a battery. Although, I guess people usually draw, in our case, something like a circle with a plus and a minus, like this. Okay. So what we're trying to do is shove a resistor in here, like this, where R equals 0.5, that's a scary looking 5 ohms. And so there's some current across this I, current across called I, which is what we want to get, and then we're going to have a voltage drop across this, and V equals IR. We know R. We don't know I. That's what we're trying to get. So I is going to be equal to R, or V over R. Simple maths. And this is where the oscilloscope is going to come in handy. So basically, we'll just stick a probe on here and on here. Assuming I even have 2 probes. Well, that might be an issue. I think I just have the 1 probe. That could be a problem. But we can measure... Well, I think we know... we know what this voltage is. So we can just put the probe here. If I can't find the second probe. Which I don't know where it is, so... I'm going to assume I can't find it. So, I can just stick a probe here. I know what this is. What this voltage over here is. This diagram is getting insane. Okay. Huh? Undo those. Okay. There's a current across here. There's also a voltage drop from this end to this end. I can put my probe here. And we know V equals IR. And therefore, I equals V over R. We know R. And we can measure V and get I. And this will be V here. Well, sort of. So the V across R is actually the supply voltage. It's going to be 9 volts. Minus whatever this voltage is here. So we'll call it V of P, which is the voltage at the probe. So 9 volts here, less volts here. The difference is the voltage drop across this thing. I think that makes sense. Does that make sense? So now I have to set it up. So we got a power supply. I'm going to use this crappy resistor. Which we measured at 0.5. And then I can then measure. It feels like it makes sense, and that's all that matters. Yeah, it is all that matters. We'll see how it works in practice. So now on the actual thing, I've connected a resistor from the positive rail up into the positive end of the regulator. So we can measure that drop. And we'll get an answer. Now, the thing I have to make sure of is that whatever that drop is, it's not too much. So I'm going to turn it on and measure the voltage on the other end. Should see 3.3 volts on the multimeter. Is that visible? Is the display visible there? It's like a weird glare. How's that? That's okay. It's upside down though. There. Now it's right side up for you. So that's on. That should read about 3.3. Perf. So even though voltage is dropping across here, I just don't want it to get too hot. It's my only concern. Seems fine. All right, and then the other thing we can do is just measure. So that's the voltage going in, 8.95. So we've got an VP right now. No, instead of 9 volts, it's at 8.9. Gosh, 8.95 volts. There we go. Yikes. Instead of 9, and then we measure the other side. And it's... Oh no. Oh no, it's the same. It's too good. It's too small. That's annoying. That means I gotta bust out the oscilloscope, which means I gotta BRB. Because I don't have enough plugs. Give me a sec. Back. This time I got an oscilloscope. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this. I guess I can move the camera. So you can see it. Hang on, let me switch the view. so you don't vom. But I have to be able to monitor it here. Okay, that's good. Okay, there we go. We got an oscilloscope. And probe. Actually, one of the things I wanted to show you was calibration on this. So you can clip on there's a little thing on this end that's got like a ground and then like a square wave. I think you can kind of see that. Let's see. There's a ground symbol on the bottom and then like a square wave symbol right above it. So you clip the ground end to the ground. And then the business end onto the square wave. And there's a square wave. So this lets you change the capacitance on this guy. So if you don't see it square like this, and it's kind of curvy on the edges, that's a sign that you need to calibrate it. I can decalibrate it a little. So you can kind of see what it looks like. See that? So now there's too much capacitance, too little. Either way, it's not correct. So you can turn it. There's usually a little dial, like a flathead, that you can turn until it's basically nice and square. Not quite there yet. There we go. Okay, so I'm happy with that. So now I got to connect this to ground. Ow! There we go. That's most of the use out of these little wires is to have them clip onto them and then shove them in. Okay, and then there's various knobs on this machine. Did I die? What happened? Am I dead? I'm all turned upside down. So here's the position. Oh no. She can hit auto usually, and it's pretty good at finding it. And then it's really hard to see. But these things have like a volts per division measurement. So on the bottom here, this currently says 2 volts per div. That is very difficult to see there. Can you make that out? Maybe? I don't know. It says 2 volts per division there. So, this thing, you can count the lines at least. So, it's about... Well, that would be 2 and then some divisions, which is not quite right. Because the vertical position is incorrect as well. So 0 that out. And now you can kind of see. There's a preset measurement on the corner here. It says Vmax 8. 8.4. There, I'm trying to set it to 1 volt per division. Gah! I'll reset it to auto again. Okay. So it's showing 8 point something. I don't have another probe. Otherwise, I could just do a difference and get the live voltage. Well, we can assume voltage from the supply is constant. You can no longer see. So we got an 8.93. But for some reason it's higher. Wow, this thing's gone through quite a bit. It's not working very well. That's what I want, V average. Okay, I think that's better. Well, you can't really make that out very well at all. About a little side on there. You can kind of see there's a second measurement on the bottom here. average voltage is 8.84. So back to our... Back to the crappy drawing. So if we allow for it's 8.93, not 5. Yeah. 8.93. And then our VP is 8.84. VP is 8.84. Then the difference is 0.09 volts. So we do a little fancy math over here. The current is, according to our measurement, the voltage, which is this, 0.09 volts, divided by 0.0 or 0.5 ohms, and math. So 0.09 divided by 0.5. So this is 0.18 amperes. Which is 180 milliamps. Which is not good, because I suspect most of it is just being wasted by the resistor itself. But we have a baseline. So with a baseline, now we can start doing, I guess we can do some relative measurements. So if I change the code, let's see, do I have that open? And if instead of every, however long we're doing this, let's see, every 30 seconds. So let's go back to main. Instead of every 30 seconds, we do at least well, which thing do we want to try first? So I've set this back to a minute, but back in my stream to do, we can do the polling interval, but then turning down the clock speed should have an immediate effect. So let me try that first. So, in main, turn this back. Somewhere in main, I have a configuration for the power stuff. Where did that end up? Here. Default CPU frequency in megahertz. Minimum is that. So if I just set min and max to the same thing. Try that. Then I'm gonna see how it changes. Plug. Can't see it. Plugged it in so that now I can flash it. So, CD compost probe. Load up the IoT development framework and hit it with the IDF Pi flash. We'll monitor it first. Make sure it doesn't insta crash. Why is the bitrate currently butt-like? Oh, what did I break? Run serial tool failed? What is this? Say what? Uh-oh. Why didn't it like that? TTY ACM 0, yeah. Flash. Try again. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, check if the port is correct and ESP connected. I mean... It is in fact connected. Let's see. What if I give it some supplemental power there? Still no. It doesn't like that. Try again. Yes? No. God. Why? I don't know. Dev TTY ACM. It's not even there. TTY star. Okay, completely disconnected from all the power stuff. Now it's showing up again. So if I run the flash again, still no, broken pipe. It hates that. Why does it hate that? Okay. Oh, is it trying to like back power stuff? That's not the best. Okay, now it's working. Cool. All right, nice and slow. No print statements. Shoot, I did set it to 60 seconds instead of 1 minute, didn't I? Although... I did do this LED toggle task. Well, that's just something we could see with the logic analyzer. That shouldn't affect anything, because that should just be floating. Or it'll be pulled up or down, but that's generally not very high power operation. Wake interval. Still set, no, it's still set to 30 seconds. So why working? Entry, multi-core, blah, 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 blah. Did it boot? I think that means it booted. Initializing NVS flash. Initializing NVS flash. Yeah, I print that out. Then this is the chip info. Show chip info. This is chip with core. Minimum free heap size. So it returns from that. Init. Show chip info. Then it runs the... Oh. Maybe it hates this. Okay. So let's undo that and see. Does it stop hating that? Oh, it's... there we go. Control square bracket to close that. The question is, has that worked? So it compiled fine. So this should be the code that was on there before. Every 30 seconds, wake up, post a measurement using the prior frequencies. Hello? There you are. Are you coming in? No? 29. TikTok, TikTok. I guess this is a build config we can set ourselves. Not sure exactly where it lives. But I'm feeling like it's been more than 30 seconds. So something's not right. And it's not the fact that... Because I think I can hit this. So that's alive. Yep, that's me. So... Where is it going wrong? I guess more print statements to figure this out. Oh, I think I know. Everything's off. So let me reset. That guy, no? Does he hate it? Oh, yeah. This power setup I got is really making it unhappy. Okay, let's try that. Can we count the 30 seconds? I lost track. Let's see. This track, persist by invention _ is at 30 seconds now. So, oh, there it is. Okay, so it's alive. Huh. Well, it's got multiple 3-volt pins. Maybe we should use them. Time to open the new jumper wires. Gotta clean up my mess back there. It's been accumulating crap. But right now, I need a red wire. Well, let me just grab. I want it to be a socket on one end and pointy on the other. Okay. Is this the right ones? Mostly. Yeah. These are rogue. That's good enough, though. I'll use an orange. Okay, and it should have multiple grounds as well. Forgot you can't see this. Ah, yikes. But now that should be hopefully more reliable power. God. Working on like a tiny table is a real pain. Especially when things are kind of backwards. Okay. So, it's still working. Let me... Let me undo that to flash it with the reduced clock speed. Where did you go? It's at the top of the function. There it is. Okay. Config ESP default CPU frequency megahertz. There are other things I can do here. So IDF menu config, and measurement, power save mode. No, that's not it. Where do these live? ESP default CPU frequency. That's going to be component config common ESP. No. Where does that value come from? It's got to be in the... Somehow I should be able to work backwards from SDK config. And then what was the value? CPU frequency megahertz. ESP system settings. Where did that come from? Build type bootloader, security, app manager, component config, ESP system settings. Where's that? System settings. There it is. CPU frequency. Turn it down to 80 megahertz. And then, oh, it's a bunch of Wi-Fi options. Yeah. So save that. That should be the lower clock speed. Flash. Let me reset the thing. Okay, now it should be much happier about flashing it. Come on. You can do it. I forgot that running menu config touches like every file, so it has to rebuild like everything, all 1014 files or whatever. And yeah, I gotta figure out, maybe I put the camera over here, looking that way, so that it's not upside down for me. And you don't, like, see my legs. Come on. 40%, 50%. Hey, okay. Now I can disconnect it. Well, before I do that, let me close the monitor and then plug the power supply back in. And power. It's back at 892 here. 882 over there. Does that change the math? So 882, 892. So does that mean the voltage drop is higher? So we had 8.92 minus 8. Looks like between 2 and 3, so 8.82 or 8.3 or so. So that's a 0.1 if I've ever seen one. So 0.1 divided by 0.5. Whoops. 0.1 over 0.5 is, what is that? 200 milliamps? Has our current gone up? It's not sensitive enough. Definitely need that galvanometer. Oh, what else can we do? Well, we tried. 32K is not even the minimum. The minimum was like 8 megahertz or something. So that's running. That, oh, wait a minute. Thing's not actually running. All that would explain some of it. Okay, it looks maybe slightly lower. I don't think we have a sensitive enough system here. But, so clock speed down. What else can we do? I can make sure... Yeah, the other thing to try is to just not maintain. Bye, Paisley Llama. Thanks for hanging out. I'm just mostly talking to myself on these streams, so it's nice when I know there's human beings on the other side instead of like bots who are trying to get me to go to Stream Bob or whatever like fake views they're trying to sell me. Yeah, so we tried clock speed. That doesn't seem to do much. Make sure peripherals are fully off when not actively in use. That's something we can do. Where is the stuff? So right now, I2C bus, I think, is on all the time, maybe? I don't know if that's really in our control. There is a clock source that we enable. Let's see. I2C power. Inter-integrated circuits. Clock source, sure. Pull up resistors. Yeah. Power. Power management. Let's see. If the controller clock source is selected to crystal, then the driver won't install power management lock for it. As long as the source clock can still provide sufficient resolution. I think that's what I want. Set the clock to the crystal. I2C clock source default. It already is crystal. It looks like. Let's see. Oh, that's not where it goes. I2C clock source extol. Go away. Is the same value. Okay, so that's not worth changing. Internal pull-up. Sure. Clock speed's fine. And we don't use that often. Is there like a power down? Allow PD. What is PD? For the effect of power consumption, please refer to... Yeah, we did that. Allow PD. Configures if the driver allows the system to power down the peripheral in light sleep mode. Before entering sleep, the system will back up the I2C register context, which is kind of exactly what we want. Yes, allow PD. In here, where's allow PD? Master bus config, clock source, glitch ignore count, interrupt priority, interrupt priority, set that to default, transaction queue depth, set that to default, enable internal pull-up. Wait. That's part of the flags, though. I'm confused. Yeah, what's missing here? Clock source, queue depth. Yeah, so then that must be in here, in flags. So allow PD, true. Okay. Build that to make sure it's fine. And then we also want to power down. There's a similar thing for these guys, for the devices. So when an I2C device is created, make sure flags equals and set the allow PD to true. Is that a thing? Allow PD. No, that's just for master bus mode. Not as a device. Okay. I2C device config flags. No, it's anonymous. How do I know what's in there? Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Flags. 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 There we go. Just disable act check. Okay. Yes, so allow PD only applies to the master bus config. That's fine. What else do we need? So that should power itself down. Then the ADC, I believe, also has a similar similar configability. So let's see. ADC one-shot mode driver. There's a clock source. ADC controlled by ULP. Is that ultra low power? Risk 5. What? I'm not sure what it's doing. Okay, power management. When power management is enabled, the system clock frequency may be adjusted when the system is in an idle state. However, ADC one-shot mode driver works in a polling routine. ADC one-shot read will poll the CPU until the function returns. During this period of time, the task in which ADC one-shot mode driver resides will not be blocked. Therefore, the clock frequency is stable when reading. Okay. Call to the ADC one-shot mode driver APIs are not supposed to be run when the cache is disabled. Cache may be disabled due to many reasons. If these APIs execute when cache is disabled, probably see errors like illegal instruction or load store prohibited. Okay. I mean, that doesn't super answer my question about power, making it more low power. Yeah, I don't... There are two independent ADCs. I assume if I don't turn it on, it's off. Which is probably a good assumption. Continuous or one-shot mode. Thread safety. Calibration. Not gonna bother with that. DMA mode. No. Bunch of channels, attenuation, bit width. What is ULP mode? Search. Okay. Ooh, which of these do we have? Oh, we don't have an LP core, I don't think. We're these two. Not sure. I'm not really sure what the difference is. Must be written using assembly language or C macros. What? Well, how do you tell it to use this? Is that like a whole separate toolchain? This is too much, I think, because it doesn't super matter. Mostly because the power intensive part of all of this is the Wi-Fi. Radios are crazy expensive to run in terms of power compared to all the other stuff. So I might experiment with this later because it looks cool to be running a coprocessor, but that's not going to be what is the difference between having to change the battery every 3 days versus every 6 months. Yeah. Let's see, I'm actually most interested in seeing like peaks and valleys. Yeah, I was hoping to like zoom in on the small waveforms on. You really can't see it, but here. I think that's as good. It's about as good as I can make it. But there's like little bumps along this thing. I know probably a lot of it is noise, but I'd like to zoom in on it. There we go. That's a little better. Unfortunately, I don't think there's enough, like, signal to separate from the noise here. Yep. Gotta get that galvanometer. But in the meantime, I suppose there's a few other things we can do. I've already changed the code to make sure the I2C goes into lower power mode. The other thing we can try is... where'd it go? Where's my stream to do? Well, we've ensure I2C is turned off in low power mode. That's fine. That is correct. Then, yeah, we can try Wi-Fi on demand to see if maybe just doing the whole connection aspect of it all at once. Instead of, so Wi-Fi start, let's see, start? Where do we do that? Initialize Wi-Fi. So instead of doing, okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do initialize Wi-Fi here to do get SNTP going. And then I believe, I don't remember if, so we don't have a destructor for this. Which means that it's going to stay running regardless. I don't think that's what I want. And I've also done this set inactive time. Let me see. Set inactive time. Hang on. All right. Back to Wi-Fi. We'll also set inactive time. ESP Wi-Fi set inactive time. ESP Wi-Fi underscore set inactive time. Yeah. There it is. For station. If the station does not receive a beacon frame, disconnect. Default 6 seconds. Oh. Wait. For station. From the connected soft AP. What is a soft AP? Oh. Oh. Soft AP. That's some eyebrow stuff. Software-enabled access point. Such access points utilize software to enable a computer which hasn't been specifically made to be a router into a wireless access point. Used with virtual router. Where... If the soft AP... Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand the relationship between soft AP and station for this inactive time stuff. Does it mean like any access point? Let's see. Get inactive time. Is that just the inverse of this? And then I guess we could try statistic dump to get some info on it. What is FTM? Wi-Fi FTM. Fine timing measurement. Ugh. Not what I want. I don't think. Set wake interval for connectionless modules to wake up periodically. PM enable by force wake up acquire, force wake up release, country code. I guess we could set that, but I don't know how that's going to help anything. Station, dynamic carrier sense. None of this has to do with power. Set power save type. What is it set to? PS mode. Default PS mode. I'm gonna find in the config. SDK config. Default. Wait, PS mode. Wi-Fi. Supported. Wake up. Light sleep clock width. Mesh support. USB workaround. No. No. Power save min modem. Hang on, what does that mean? PS min modem. I want max modem. Yeah, maximize power saving. Of course. Okay. Menu config. Menu config. Power save mode, max modem. Save that. Build. And then for some reason it really didn't like it when I try to flash it. Connect it to power over here. So I'm going to kill that. Then plug it in, then flash it. Although it has an error because I changed something in main, which was to put this in a block. Ineffectually. Flash monitor. Flash implies build, which is good. But now I've rebuilt most of it, so I'm okay with that. Okay, flash it up. I'm waiting for download. Try it again. Writing. Waiting for download. What? Alright. Kill this. Reset. Run just monitor. Oh, there we go. Not able to power down in light sleep. What is that about? ESP-RT not supported. Not able to power down in light sleep. But that's all I want. Not able to light sleep? No? Power down? Why did it recommend this to me? ESP32 I2C, not able to power down in light sleep. Running a quit bot. Yeah, I'm a bot. I'm a bot. You got me. Okay, so there's that. No reply. Cool. Not working after using deep sleep. I don't see any deep sleep. If you think has a non-working I2C. Oi. Remote server. What? No. Busy loop, sleep. Any ideas? This is MicroPython stuff. Light sleep? Sleep. Hold parameter on flash and I don't know what that means. Yeah, that's not helping me. Wait, did I set the Wi-Fi power saving to max? Yeah, max modem. Okay. Okay, so it doesn't like how I configured I2C here. Allow PD to true. No le gusta. So, forget about it. This isn't working because there's no voltage on it. So it's off screen. What, did it work? Is it still set at 30 seconds or whatever? I guess we'll find out momentarily. Yeah, okay. That's good. But, how much power does it consume? Let's figure it out. I don't know if you can see them, but now we're getting some spikes. Oh, they're gone. Yeah, I need a second probe. See, if I hit reset on this thing, I'm gonna guess that it kind of works. Yeah, see those big bars? They come through. Yeah, maybe we need to get in. Oh. Was that 30 seconds? Must have been.
Hey baby, it's me. I was just calling to
No.
chat with you a little bit. I miss you.
Looking at my server here, waiting for some motion. Oh. I didn't see any activity on this guy. Maybe what I can do, the probe is currently set to 10x. I'm going to try 1x. I gotta reset it back to being in range here. Position at limit. The knobs on this are really bad. Okay. We're at 8.89 rather than where we were before. Now with the more accurate measurement, one assumes. So, what is this? 8.92 versus it's about 8.9 or 9.0. We'll say 8.9. So that's a 0.03 volts, which is 0.03 volts divided by 0.5 ohms is 0.03 divided by 0.5 is 0.06. I don't know why I needed a calculator for that. 0.06. This would be amps, which is equal to 60 milliamps. Which is a definite improvement. Assuming that anything actually changed, but I really need the galvanometer to know. Let me see. Is there one on like Amazon? Galvanometer. Here's one. $12. What's its range? Does it have a range? Does it say the range? Measurement range 0 to 50 microamps. Accuracy of class 2.5. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to do with this. I think I just did all that math off screen. There's the answer. Oh boy. Well, if the previous measurement was accurate, then we've gone from 200 milliamps to 60 milliamps, which is an improvement of 140 milliamps. 140 out of 200 is 70% reduction. So let's see, 1 over 0.7. So 1.42 times the battery life. So it should last... No, what am I saying? %70 longer battery life? Actually, I'm not sure how that translates math-wise. It's quite confusing. We got a lot of tabs and windows and whatnot. Yeah, how does the math work for this? So if it used to be that this was consuming 200 milliamps, and now it's at 60 milliamps. 200 milliamps is 3 days. Then that means that 60 milliamps is more days, not less though. So this isn't quite the right setup for proportion-wise. There's like an inverse in there somewhere. I don't know. Oh, I can't think right now. I need a break. Get rid of this dumb math. Made by a dumb dude. Alright. So this is our crappy circuit. Welcome. That I'm using to try to at least get a relative improvement of the current consumption as I change stuff in the code. I'm running into the problem where on a battery, this thing doesn't last long enough. Well, you can't see it. There's an ESP32 down there. That on a battery, it doesn't last long enough. So I set up this... It's supposed to be a 0 ohm resistor, but it's actually measured at 0.5. And I was using that to see like, okay, well, that's going to waste a lot of energy. I know that. And the current's going to be higher just because it's going to get dissipated by this resistor. But that's going to be kind of proportional to what actually wants to go through here. Right? So this increases the load by some, which means that the current is going to be higher, right? So V is constant. R is bigger, which means current is smaller. What am I saying? How does this work? I don't actually know. So, yeah, to get the same voltage in this circuit, then if we combine Z and R, right? We make R bigger. In order for V to stay the same, then I has to become smaller. But that's not how it works. Is it because this isn't quote-unquote active load? Yeah, I don't know how this works. I do know that the current through the whole thing is kind of a constant. Maybe? So whatever current is pulled through this resistor is what's getting pulled through all of this guy. The current doesn't change in this whole circuit. I is just one I. This I is the same as I here. So whatever it needs to go through here, and then there's actually a separate component that changes the voltage in here from the approximately 9 volts to 3.3. Through some magic. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we know V equals IR. I guess I can redraw the whole thing. Okay. Ground. I've got my supply here. Yeah. I've put a resistor, and then there's this guy. I don't know what to call him, but over here is about 3.3 volts, and then it's the ESP32. And all its peripherals and everything. So the regulator, I'm seeing 892 volts here. And I'm seeing 9 volts here. I know that this is 0.5 ohms. 0.5 ohms. Which means that the voltage across this is 0.2 or 3 or something like that. It fluctuates. 0.02 volts. Which means that if V equals IR, and it is, then 0.02 volts is I times 0.5 ohms. Which means I is 0.02 volts divided by 0.5. So that's 0.04 volts. I mean, amps. Okay, the question is now, is there an actual difference? If we try to put it back to what it was before. I'll pull off the connection to the regulator, and then I'll run. I'll give it a reset. Okay, let my OS figure that out. Okay, now it's happy to connect. Yeah, something about, I think it tries to like back power the regulator or something, and that is an utter failure for it. Wait for download. The answer is to just monitor. No? Alright, well, anyway, I didn't do what I wanted to do, actually, which was to change the code back to what it was. Which, you know, what actually was that? Let's see. Nothing, apparently. Okay, this was the light sleep enable. That's just a comment. These were taken off. Wi-Fi service. Theoretically have set default. Oh, that's right. I did menu config. I set it to this lower, it was at minimum modem. So put that back. So flash it, and then look at it again. And theoretically, the current through the whole system should go up. Meanwhile, I'm kind of contemplating the camera rig. Yeah, let me get rid of this frame for a second. While I try and move it all around. Waiting for download. flash monitor, just monitor. Waiting for download. Interesting. Monitor? Broken pipe. Hmm. Okay. How's that? Let's go back to workbench display. Well, you don't want to see this. If it can be avoided. I'm not sure it can be. That's pretty good. Meanwhile, this should be able to come back on. No? Hmm. Oh, because it's off. There we go. Squeeze me? Oh no. LS USB. I guess I should show you what I'm doing here because it's kind of messed up. So here it is. It exists. Dev TTY, not showing ACM the way it normally does. How about now? There it is. All right. I guess we should do a flash first. There we go. Okay. Should be able to monitor. Waiting for download. Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't know what else could be the problem with this. It just seems to happen sometimes, and it makes no sense. Flashing it works. Monitoring does not. What if I use the other port? There? Blue lights. All right, now it's kind of working. And $18, $19, $20, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There it is. 30 seconds later. Internal clock, pretty good. Okay, so that means that's running. I'm going to kill that. Restore the power. Now I should be able to power it on. And now we're getting about the same measurements though. .86 is the most, or the most drop we see. I know it's, oh, you can't really read it. That's the brightness of the waveform, not the measurements, not the whole screen. Yeah, you can kind of make out 8.8990 on this, the V average here in the middle. So nothing really changed there. That's disappointing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to do without an actual galvanometer. Galvanometer? I don't know how to say it. I guess I can take a short break and figure out what to do for the last 90 minutes of stream or so. Might play a game. I'm thinking some Shenzhen IO type stuff to get in the mood of like embedded stuff. Yeah, I'm disappointed this allow PD doesn't work. I don't know why. It was yelling at me about that and I never figured out what was going on. Yeah, light sleep mode, deep sleep mode. Wait, so is this... I don't think it can go to deep sleep on Wi-Fi. Unless... it's waking up. To do the whole Wi-Fi cycle. Tickless idle? Disable all GPIO when chip at sleep. Well, where's this? Component config power management. Let's try that. Menu config. Why not? Yikes. I don't think that could be helped. What was it? Component config? Power management? Enable debug tracing. Wait, why can't I? Warning, if you want to enable this option, you should enable GPIO ESP32 support switch SLP pull at first. Okay. Disable all GPIO. Yeah. If enabled, chips will disable all GPIO pins at automatic sleep to reduce about 200 to 300 microamps current. Sleep cell dis. Okay. Yeah, I guess I want to just turn everything on. So, go ahead and put everything in internal RAM. Let's see. I2C configurations. No. GPIO configs. Place GPIO control functions into iRAM. I don't think so. This should be like disabled. Unless like the Wi-Fi needs it, but I don't know. Power management for station at disconnected. Soft AP support. What if it's not an access point? Yeah, it's not an access point. EMBA TLS, sure. AMPDU TX, Wi-Fi NVS flash, task core 0. Is that a thing that can run on the low power core? let's see. Enable power management component. Component config power management. That is enabled, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Okay. What else does it say? Enable RTOS tickless mode. Config FreeRTOS, use tickless idle. So, is FreeRTOS on this list? There's new lib. FreeRTOS. Kernel. Use tick hook. Use timers. Service task. Task priority. Queue. Trace. Tickless idle. Yep, that's enabled. RTOS tick rate 1000. Wait. RTOS tick rate hertz 1000. Okay, so that should run the RTOS a little bit faster. Okay. Minimum idle tick count before entering sleep mode. Config FreeRTOS idle time before sleep. That's minimal stack. Tickless idle 3. Put light sleep related code in IRAM. Off. Config PM sleep IRAM opt. Okay. That's in power management. Get rid of that. Put RTOS idle related codes in IRAM off. Okay. RTC slow clock source. Internal 150 kilohertz oscillator. Config RTC clock source. Where is that? RTC. Common? No. Driver, memory management. Oops. I don't see this clock source. Where is it? Go here. Component config hardware settings. All right. No. Where are hardware? There it is. Down here. RTC clock config. Internal 136 kilohertz oscillator is what it says to do. 150 kilohertz oscillator. Okay. It must be misinformed. But I guess that's close enough. Disable all GPIO when chip at sleep on. So I guess go to if enabled CPU power down. Did I sleep? Wait, what? No, what? That's a different thing. Config PM sleep disable GPIO. Here it is. This feature is intended to disable all GPIO pins at automatic sleep. Yeah. You should enable GPIO ESP32 support. Switch SLP pull. Yeah, I mean, I was there, and it didn't seem like I could change that. Direct dependencies, use tickless idle goes yes. Symbols currently Y. ESP sleep GPIO reset work. K config parent depth program depends on. Yeah. Menu path. Sleep disabled GPIO. I guess is there, oops, in GPIO? No. No, that was it. Yeah, I'm unclear what it's asking me to do for this setting here. PM sleep disable GPIO. I guess it's on. Currently. So I guess that's fine. Leave that on. Power down Mac and baseband. Ooh. Config ESP physical layer. Mac. ESP physical. Store calibration. Sure. Don't care about that. Max power. Ooh. This one. Okay. And then config PM power down CPU and light sleep. But where does that come from? Component config power management. Yeah. And that's already set. Restore ID memory after light sleep. Sure. Okay. Whoops. That's the one I wanted to switch to, not close. Power down. Yeah, we're just looking at that. This restore cache mem. Power down flash and light sleep. Where do you come from? Where do you come from? Power down flash and light sleep and component config hardware settings sleep config. Ooh. Hardware settings sleep config. Aha. Power down flash. Pull up all SPI pins in light sleep. Okay. Allow to enable internal pull up downs for deep sleep wake up IO. Yeah. Enable registration of sleep event callbacks. Don't care. Okay. Max frequency millihertz. I think I had almost changed some of that in here. Yeah, using the default frequency of 1 or currently 80. Ooh. Let's undo that. And then a min frequency of 40. Yeah, so let me do that, because that changes things, right? Let's put that back. Menu config. Component. Hardware settings. Not crystal. Wait, where's the system config? Where's that? Shoot. Default clock, CPU frequency, whatever this is. Component config, ESP system settings, right? ESP system settings. Oh my gosh. I've jumped into this enough times that I should just know where it is, but it's not sticking. System settings. There we go. CPU frequency. Keep it at 160. Quit. Save that. Kill the power, reconnect. Not menu config, but flash and then monitor. building. And now flashing. Did that do it? I think that did it. Okay. Kill that. And let's see. I guess we're gonna go back here. Restore power. Doesn't seem to be any different. Yeah, I don't know. It looks the same. 8.9, 9.1, 9.2 versus 8.9, 8.8 read on the oscilloscope. Well, can't really see the business end of this, but yeah. Ugh. I think it's time to take a break. I'll come back and maybe play some Shenzhen IO. I'm not sure. Just thinking about exactly what to do. And I guess I'll put in, while I'm here, I'll put in the order for the parts I need for this. Let's see. All we need is I think all we need to do this is to take the galvanometer, and maybe we'll buy a couple. Not sure. Well, they have different scales, but in any case, I think we need a shunt. Well, what's this image from? Term shunt means to divert or divide. Primary function of shunt is to divert electrical current flowing in a circuit. Connected in parallel with the ammeter, it provides a low resistance path to divert the electric current from the main circuit. The following figure shows the electric shunt circuit, which is also called a current divider circuit. Usually designed by using a fine wire of copper. The size or length of the resistor is estimated depending on the value of resistance desired in the circuit. The value of shunt resistance determines the range extension of the ammeter. Okay, we can use the formula to compute the length of the shunt resistor wire. Length of shunt resistor wire is desired resistance divided by resistance of wire per 1,000 feet. Couldn't we just use a... Why can't we just use a resistor? Is it too high of a resistance? I guess let's keep reading. Yeah, I mean, that's the question is, what is the desired resistance? 1 milliohm might work. The electric shunt provides a path of low resistance for the flow of electric current. As we mentioned above, that the shunt resistor is connected in parallel with the ammeter and allows a portion of the total circuit current to flow through it. R is the value of the electric shunt and V is the voltage across the shunt. Let's consider we have an ammeter having an internal resistance of R sub A ohms, and it can measure only a small current, I sub A. In my case, 0 to 50 microamps. Unless I buy a different one. Now, to increase the range of this ammeter, we connect the resistor R/S in parallel with the ammeter coil of resistance R sub A. Yeah, Kirchhoff's laws. KCL is Kirchhoff's current law. The current flowing into this node is equal to the sum of the currents flowing out of the node. So the shunt current is the total current minus the current through the ammeter. Since the resistors RA and RS are connected in parallel, voltages across them is the same. Yeah. So voltages are the same. Substitution with Ohm's law. Then the shunt current is 1 minus, or I minus the current through the ammeter. Okay. And then that gives us that... What? The current... ratio is 1 plus the resistance of the ammeter divided by the shunt resistance. What is that? How does that help? Unclear how that's helpful. Okay. So the resistance example. Resistance of shunt resistance is 0.02 ohms, and the galvanometer resistance is 0.1 ohms. Does this specify its resistance? I'm not sure it does. Does it? Yeah, it doesn't. That stat is not included. Maybe you have to measure it yourself. Calculate the multiplying power of shunt resistance. Okay, so we're given this. Sure. Multiplying power is 6. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean multiply everything you read on the thing by 6? Okay, the sizing of the shunt resistor depends on the amount of voltage drop required across the resistance at the desired current. For example, if you require 100 millivolts across the resistor when current flows through it, it's 200 amperes. Value of resistance in this case will be 0.5 milliohms. What? Okay. What is a shunt? Electrical for you. And low resistance path. Yada, yada, yada. Employs ohm laws to calculate current by measuring voltage across its known resistance, which is identical to the voltage across the connected ammeter. If we measure the voltage across a shunt resistance, we can measure the current passing through the device by the equation below of Ohm's law. But they never explain multiplying power. This is all just the other... This is the same as the other website. Just like AI slop, I think. There we go. That guy looks human-ish. Let's see. Measuring current using shunt resistors. There are different techniques for measuring the current flowing in a circuit. Ohm's law, precisely known value in the circuit, is a common and straightforward way of measuring the current in the circuit. Yeah, this is what I was doing. Shunt resistor is a precision component inserted within a circuit to measure current. In ammeters designed to measure current using a sensitive meter movement, the shunt resistor was wired in parallel with the meter movement, thus shunting current away from the movement. Today, this terminology is commonly applied to resistors which are inserted into a circuit to cause a small voltage drop proportional to the current flowing in the circuit. This drop can then be measured with a voltmeter or oscilloscope and used to calculate the current flowing through the circuit using Ohm's law by simply dividing the measured voltage by the resistance value. Shunt resistors, current sense resistors, and current viewing resistors operate identically, but may differ in performance and intended use. Current viewing resistor, another term for shunt, usually refers to a low-value shunt resistor that has been designed with a controlled frequency response and very accurate resistance for use in precision dynamic measurement applications. Although these can be incorporated in product design, more common to use them in prototyping or to provide temporary test points. CVRs are often provided with software models that include parasitic elements to facilitate accurate simulation. Okay. Yeah, I guess I didn't measure more of these 0 ohm resistors. But like the littlest value is probably the bestest value. But I don't have any precision small resistors. These are all like, there's 0 and 1 is as small as these go, but 0 is, yeah, I don't know how you calculate 1% of 0. 1% tolerance of a 0 ohm resistor. Let's see, let's try another one. Pull another one out. Hey, that's like actually 0 ohms. But it theoretically should be able to measure down to... I'm stupid. I had it set to measure current. That's why I was reading 0 current. Okay. So this thing is 0.5. Okay, so it seems to me these are more 0.5 than 0 ohms. Yeah, 0.5, 0.6. I think that's as good as it gets in this collection here. I guess you can put them in parallel. What does that do? Oh. Can I buy precision small resistors in the milliamp or milliohm range? Well, when you connect resistors in parallel, so let's say you got, well, you got our 9 volts. And then there's 0.5 here and a 0.5 here. And these are connected to the minus end of this guy. 0.5 ohms. Then V equals IR means that the voltage across each of these is the same. They both get 9 volts across them. But then the voltage drop on both of them is also 9 volts. So then you get some total current I going through both. Maybe instead of 9, we'll do 1. So the math is a little easier. So you got 1 volt equals the current I times 0.5. So I, the overall I is, well, whatever this I is, which is 1 divided by 0.5, so 2 amps. So that's this one, I sub R. It's 2 amps here, which should mean there's 2 amps here, which means there's 4 amps total, which is, if you consider these 1 unit then, and you do 4 amps into Ohm's law, 1 volt is 4 amps R. Solve for R, effectively 0.25 ohms. So I can do that and like combine a bunch of resistors together to get a smaller effective resistance. But how far does that get me? How small do I want it to be? What if there are 4 in parallel? I guess that's just 8 amps in this example. 1 volt, 8 amps R, so 1/8 with 4. Right, because ultimately this stays the same. Assuming all the R's are the same value. This formulation is the same for as many as we put in here. So then it's just the total current is the number of resistance times 2 amps in this case with 1 volt. Well, let's say we wanted how small? I guess like one. I guess I want like 1 milliohm or something like that. Can I even buy precision current viewing resistor? Current sense resistor. 0.05 ohms within 1%. We got 0.1 ohm resistor. 30 pieces for $6. That's closer to what I want. I mean, I don't want to pay $12 for one resistor. That seems a little crazy. But maybe that's what it is. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, nothing seems to be smaller than 1 ohm in these like packs of stuff. So I guess I'm gonna have to go with well, yeah, 30 pieces, 2 watt, 0.1 ohm metal film fixed resistor, 0.01 plus or minus 1%. I'll do fine. And maybe I should also get an oscilloscope probe. Wait a minute. No, I don't have the right kind of leads. Yeah, I'll buy a new pair of probes here. Why not? Can't see me shopping. Beautiful. The home network. The home shopping network. Although, the problem is, I'm going to be out of town. So I won't be able to actually get these packages delivered. Well, let's see. Unless there's a milliamps. I think up to a milliamp. Is that too much? Up to 1 milliamp. I don't think that's enough. I think it draws more than that. $20 milliamps maybe is enough. Well, let's see. Can I just buy an ammeter? Nah. Nothing accurate enough. Gah. I will finish shopping later. For now, I think it's time for a break. And then I think I'll come back and play Shenzhen IO. If I even have it installed. Let me make sure. Oh. Is it booting up? I can get rid of that. Oh, there's Steam. Hello. Power off. I think I had Shenzhen IO installed. Let's see. What? Yeah, there it is. All right. That means I'm actually going to take a break for a little bit. I will be back by the time this counts down all the way. Whole time. Have I been muted this whole time? How embarrassing. Nobody said nothing. Oh well. Yeah, so thank you for watching, I guess, and not listening, because I was muted that whole time. I can't believe it. How dumb do I feel? Yeah. So hopefully next time I'm going to start producing the YouTube videos for this, for the whole series, how to get it set up, all that kind of stuff. So I'll work on script writing on Thursday. It's going to be more boring than ever. But it's the time I have allotted to doing this kind of stuff. So yeah. Okay. It's time to sign off. Thank you for watching. How annoying the last like 20 minutes I've been muted, but that is what it is. Yeah, Thursday I'll be on. Maybe I'll just skip it because I gotta do some packing and whatnot. I don't know. I'll play it by ear. I think I have to update the stream schedule on Twitch anyway for my vacation that's coming up. So we'll get that all figured out. Yeah. Thanks for watching. Maybe I'll just stream more Shenzhen IO on Thursday and have some fun rather than bore you with writing a script for a YouTube video, which I've never done. But yeah, I'll catch you later. Thanks for watching. Peace.